last year. Nakashima and McDonald out on court at the moment. Another one of those many American clashes out there at the moment. Will take on the winner of this one.
Safe in a different place. I'm giving on the work.
It'll be interesting to see how Jack handles not just Rafa's style of tennis, but also the heat and the humidity. It's not easy out here. He's got a new fitness trainer. He's worked very hard on that department. So this is going to be the ultimate test against somebody that's going to work him, you would imagine, as hard as he can early on.
Good. All right, guys, so for the towels, you're going to take blue. You got blue and blue towels. Rafa, you take the red one for the towels. Toilet breaks, we're going to go through that door if you need to go. Yeah, I don't think you heard anything. Anyway. And he's going to do the coin toss. You want to call heads or tails?
Go ahead.
Heads. Yep.
I will receive.
Thank you. Receive. Okay, you stay there, and we just make a photo, please, facing that way. Annie, you come this way. Thanks, man. Let's go.
Well, they say around these paths that it's Novak's land. It's always dangerous to build your house on rented land, but let's see whether Rafa can maintain his tenancy agreement here after his win last year, Fitzy. And do you think he can? Do you think he's got enough matches in this year? Do you think he's physically in the right place to potentially mount this defense of the title?
I'm not sure who's actually qualified to know that. I mean, only he's in a circle. You know, about 4 years ago when he had knee problems, Mark, I thought the end might have been near. But I've been wrong ever since. He continues to compete at this level, and he continues to be a threat at these majors. He continues to win the French Open virtually every year. So I don't know how you judge that with Nadal. I mean, he's a phenomenon, and we know that he's had a light start to this summer. He hasn't been his normal self. Lost a couple of matches, unusual at the beginning of the season for him to do that, and so he's a little bit unknown. But he must have great feelings coming out here after last year. That'd still be vivid in his memory. Yes, and it's his land for now, isn't it? And it's up for someone else to take it away from him. I was quite surprised that young Jack won the toss, and with a serve like his, didn't want to serve first. Thought that was a bit strange.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, wasn't it? In that regard, I would have also thought he might have just wanted to just put his foot down early on and just get himself on the ball, but that was the decision that he's made, and it would have been interesting to see how it works out for him. Of course, won in Melbourne at the 250 prior to the Australian Open, of course, Rafa. And then went on a 21 match winning streak on the hard courts as well. Ultimately lost to Taylor Fritz, of course, in Indian Wells, but it was his second longest streak of all time, the first meeting between these two. He had 30 match wins back in 2012 Miami through to 2013 Beijing. It's been a surface that he has conquered over the course of his career. As we take you up and above Melbourne Park, and the temperature at the moment is pretty nice, 26 degrees Celsius. It is going to get a lot warmer tomorrow. Mid-30s, I hear, Fitzy, is that right?
I believe so, but it's been overcast. I mean, you can see the sun's out there now, but it was overcast this morning, kept the temperature down. It'll be quite pleasant out there. It's always warmer out there by a fair degree than, literally, than it is outside under normal conditions. It seems to feel hot in here, and the tennis will be so as well.
Obviously not just Grand Slam success in Melbourne last year for Rafa, went on to win the French Open as well. picking up his 22nd Grand Slam title, of course, at the Roland Garros, and the third player in history as well to earn 4 top 10 wins at a Grand Slam event since the rankings began in '73. It was a pretty unique triumph that he had at Roland Garros. Wilander managed that in '82 at Roland Garros. Federer here in Australia in 2017. It was an incredibly tough route through to that 22nd Grand Slam title. He doesn't mind obstacles, he doesn't mind challenges, and he certainly has one in front of him today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Draper won the toss and elected to receive.
And you can always tell when
30 seconds.
It's a big match for one of the elite players, and it could potentially be difficult because you get your notes through and they start reeling off how many times it's been that the defending champion has lost in the first round. So obviously the people that were doing all the notes and were just having a little look at this one as well and feeling as though possibly it was going to be a tough one. Nadal would become the first defending champion to lose in the first round here since Boris Becker.
Wow. You saw Jack Draper play. We did a few of his matches last week in Adelaide. Where do you think he sits? I mean, is he realistically a chance here?
Yeah, I think he's realistically got a chance. I think not tennis-wise isn't really. He's definitely got a chance. I think that the real test, the real unknown, is physically whether he can stay with Rafa for 4 or 5 sets and potentially 4 or 5 hours out here. I think that's the big unknown that I have at the moment.
Well, he played 4 matches, best of 3 in Adelaide last week, and in the 4th one in the semi-finals, it was hot, and he did struggle a bit in the end. The tension, the ability of him to fulfill that dream of getting to his first ATP final. He ran out of gas a little bit there. He's had a few days to recover. But this is a test that gets your heart rate up more than anything. On RLA centre court here at Melbourne Park, this is almost a full house. It'd probably grow to absolutely being one. And he plays this man. So there's no bigger test. So it all comes down to whether he can handle that, I think. Probably how he starts a lot this match too, Mark, I think.
Quite a few people obviously watching Rafa in practice this week. A lot of the feedback's been, we were in Adelaide, that he's been a little unhappy with how he's been hitting the ball out there.
First set, Rafael Nadal to serve.
12 months on then from one of the most emotional triumphs of his illustrious career. Nadal looks to defend his title here in Australia. It's an interesting start, and you can understand that Jack wants to kind of get himself involved and hit a few balls in, and it's just such an unusual sort of situation to come out on such a big court against somebody as established as Rafa, but that is not a winning strategy.
No, far from it. That's the polar opposite, I think, of what he wants to do, is stay way back and rally. That's not going to work for him.
We'll be keeping an eye on his ball toss. Been talking a lot about how it's kind of just moved out to the right, trying to protect the ab, the serve on the deuce side. is a big one out wide as well, going into obviously Draper's backhand side. But this is the motion here. It's had a few modifications over the years. Much more sort of straight up and into the court, trying to not lose any pace through the bounce over the last sort of 4 years as well. It's worked out nicely for him. Second serve speeds have really increased throughout the course of Rafa's career as well. He was a guy that was sort of mid-80s, high 80s when he started the tour. He's up around 100 miles an hour on average these days.
I think for a player who's not as strong as Nadal, that action wouldn't be as effective. He muscles his serve. He's so strong. It's an imperfect motion. But it's effective and it works for him. Draper's serve is a different story. This is a good one.
Draper to serve.
But dare I say, it's going to need to be. So there's the motion. It's a beautiful motion. A young man who's 6'4", he can serve like this for long periods of time. It's going to stand him in good stead for many years, this serve.
I don't remember seeing the tape under his shirt last week, did you?
Nope. You know, he rallies well, does Draper. I think very well for a young player who's as big as he is. But it's a different story staying back and rallying. If you get too deep in the court with Nadal, a whole different ball game. He's going to play his best tennis when he's more aggressive, not when he defends.
Cain, Draper. 1 game over.
No nerves there.
He backs himself, Jack, as well. He's got a lot of confidence in himself. He always has, and rightly so. He's got a good game. He grew very late, actually. He was a bit of a grinder back in the day, which is actually what has allowed him to get up the rankings as quickly as he would have liked. You look at his height, and you kind of think naturally he would want to be an aggressive player, but he was actually not that tall through his teenage years, and then grew late on. And that's been the part that obviously they're trying to sort of incorporate more ventures to the net, but trying to take up a better position on the baseline and not just out-rally opponents, because he's so solid at the back that actually he knows that's a way he can win a lot of these matches.
I think that's a good evolution of a player like him, though. If he's had to grind at the back of the court, he built a foundation where he can win a lot of points against certain styles of players. Confirmation there, just. But then the top end comes later. You get the foundation, the big serve, the net game, the touch, all of that, the guile, that comes later. So it's a good way that he's learnt his tennis so far.
Let's.
Beautiful court position there from Rafa as well, taking the ball on the rise. A lot easier to generate that kind of pace if you do that.
Well, I like the intent, but a couple of things there. He started a long way back there before he started moving. That gives him less time to get to the net to cover, and the approach wasn't good enough against this man. Against a lot of players, yes, it's got to be deeper, a more penetrating approach to give yourself a chance at the net, and don't start so far back behind that baseline to make your approach.
That was a smart shot from Draper, just trying to take it on, just to make sure that he doesn't get embroiled in too many rallies that he doesn't need to out here. He's got to manage his physicality. 2-1 Nadal. Was a toughish kind of end to the tournament in Adelaide. Not just the fact that he lost to Kwon, but obviously he was aware when he went out onto court that he was going to be playing Rafa on Monday as well. It's always one of the kind of sort of awkward situations with those tournaments, those lead-in tournaments, isn't it, for a player like Draper as well? And you know, something that he won't have to do too much, I don't think, in the course of his career. But obviously it did happen last week.
Yeah, I'm sure he felt awkward. Look, you know, tennis, Mark, is about matchups. You know, in both the men's and the women's game, but in this case, it's really obvious, I think, that as good as Draper is, even in the first 3 games, as good as Draper is from the back of the court, that's not the matchup he necessarily wants too often. He's going to have to take a bit more risk, take the ball earlier, attack a little more than normal, I think.
Well, if you're a Rafa watcher, I think the initial signs in the opening sort of 3 games are going to be pretty positive, really, after obviously what we saw earlier on in the season. He did look just a little bit scratchy, of course, a loss to Cam Norrie. 17th loss of his career against a left-hander as well. He's had a very good record, 114 wins, just the 17 losses against lefties when he's played them. The most have come on hard courts, no great surprise there. 10 losses on hard, 3 on grass, 1 on carpet back in the day, and just the 3 losses on a clay court to a left-hander.
Yeah, that can shake you up a bit. He tried to come in this time and had that vicious topspin to deal with on the half volley. Didn't do a bad effort, but and that was a seriously good pass. It looked simple, but it wasn't. It was low. He had to viciously hit the topspin up, tip the tape as it went past, and also needed the accuracy. Well, we saw him use the two-handed approach shot a lot last week in Adelaide, Mark, and I like that play. Even then, he gave Rafa a chance, though. He went to the forehand here a little bit dangerously and could have been burnt. But I think he's got to use that two-hander, take it inside the baseline a lot if he's going to come forward, but hit it with more depth than that. That's all. I mean, against a normal player, that's a good play. But, you know, against a player like this, you just have to, you have to hit every shot that's just that little bit better.
Fault.
Because that was a forehand that Rafa probably shouldn't have missed.
I know his coach James Trotman felt as though he should have come in a little bit more in that semi-final against Cain. Talked a lot about not being proactive enough when he saw a shortish ball, but already you can see in this match trying to latch onto it. And that is a good play if Rafa's going to stand that far back with that serve. Just look at where Nadal is trying to return this ball from. Removes a bit of paint on the way through, 2-all. Removes a bit of pressure having to hold his serve, and he's doing that very effectively so far.
The anticipation of this crowd is obvious, isn't it? They're so excited to see the great man out here again. You know, on the flip side of the coin, Mark, you know, Draper has a game that gets your attention because he's got that serve. So, you know, Rafa, by his standards, has probably started a little bit slowly too. Missed a few obvious balls.
Stunning rally.
Why would we expect anything less?
Terrific movement from Draper, it has to be said as well, doesn't it? He moves incredibly well for his height. Look at this court coverage. Still got his racket on this.
You know, he was tempted to come in on that two-hander in that rally, and the matchup with the left-hander, especially the Nadal forehand, is, I think, probably thrown him a little bit in the early stages. He likes that backhand down the line to a right-hander's backhand. Against Nadal, it's maybe not quite as effective.
Out. 15. 13-15.
Jack doesn't mind returning from deep, which is not a bad thing at times, particularly on the due side against Rafa. A little more so on this side. He can get pulled out of position a little bit, but it does take the spin out of the serve a bit. When you try and take Rafa's serve early, even his second serve, it's moving so much, it's tough to actually get a good connection on it. Brutal.
Yeah, it's like slow death sometimes in a rally with Nadal. You know, he builds and builds, and your effort level continues to increase when you're trying to defend against it, and then it all becomes too much.
Draper guessing with the footwork on the return. Nadal 3-2, opening set.
I mean, we need somebody that thinks the towel is super far away. Why the ball kids can't bring the towel?
John Blom in the chair there having to deal with Rafa's request, which of course is a real one, and it was always highlighted once the towel sort of decision was taken that the ball kids wouldn't bring the towels to the players, that once you get into these stadium size courts, it's an awfully long way to have to walk to go and get the towel every time for these players. And obviously in between points, whether you can get it done within 25 seconds, also just adding to the obviously physicality of how far you've actually got to travel in a match.
Time.
Fitzy, your thoughts on the fact that Rafa's kind of a little bit irritated that he has to walk to get his towel?
Well, we know all of his idiosyncrasies,
but he does perspire a lot as well, doesn't he?
He does, no doubt. And on this court, it's a huge space around this court. And, you know, a championship-sized tennis court is one thing, but a stadium court is a whole different ballgame, and this is a big one. He probably walks 4 or 5 meters either way to get the towel more than he normally would. So yes, it's an issue, sort of highlighted by the fact that he does sweat a lot, and he has this habit of going all the time to the towel. But it's a real question for him in a situation like this on this court. He's had to work reasonably hard, I think, too, for the first few games. So his heart rate will be up. The competitive juices are certainly flowing. That was a poor shot from Rafa. You don't see that too often. I mean, lost his direction on that slice. You can see him shaking his head at himself. I'm tempted to say early, Petch, or ask the question early, maybe more than make a statement, but is there a bit of an issue with some of his timing? He'll probably work his way into the match. That's what he normally does.
Oh, what a shot. And a good sign that he's settled very nicely out here.
It's a good quick first step too for a big man. He's a good athlete, Jack Draper.
Interesting how early he's trying to take the second serve on. Just last year when he was trying to build a little bit of momentum getting into this tournament, he was a lot further back on his first and second serve returns, and then as the tournament sort of wore on, he got closer and closer to the baseline, but he is definitely already up, looking to try and make something happen on the second serve of Draper's.
Cain, Draper.
And he's not being all that successful at the moment. Just the 3 points for Nadal against the Draper serve in the opening 6 games. And this probably is the most dangerous part of each segment of the new balls that we have. Obviously, this is the 7th game here. There'll be the 9th game. Obviously, Rafa has talked a little bit about the ball not necessarily being to his liking. And if that's just in his mind right now, this could be an awkward service game. Draper doing very nicely.
Not sure the sponsor there would be overly happy with the towel draped over some of their court signage. Now you've got to do more with that, Jack. I mean, you've got to have the presence of mind while you're sprinting forward there as to where you're going to go. And quite often you change your mind at the last second about where you go, but that ball has to be deep more than anything. You cannot just push this straight to the Nadal forehand. I like the way he's moving, though. He's a good mover for a tall guy, isn't he?
Chila. Chila.
James Trotman on the right of your picture there, who's been working with Jack now for a while. He was at the National Tennis Centre back in London for a long time, sort of just helping with various players coming through. Jack couldn't ask for a better person in his corner.
Can Australia take a little bit of ownership over Jack Draper, seeing that James Trotman did coach down here in our academy as well? Pet, just throwing the question out there.
You can take it. You can have it.
Well, he's a good lad, and James Trotman there on the right of the front through with his hand up over his mouth there. Now that's him. Good friend of Ian Barclay, who taught Pat Cash here in Australia all those years ago.
No scare in the 7th game for Rafa. 4-3 first set.
Nadal leads 4 games to 3.
Rafa now sending rackets off to the stringer as well. Certainly not having any problem making first serves, is he, at the moment? He's made 15 out of 18 so far, has the Spaniards, not giving Jack an awful lot to sort of feed on that second serve of Nadal's. so far so good, I think, for both players out here, to be honest. Nothing really that anyone would be too distressed about.
No damage done, or except there when Jack made contact with the shade.
Time.
That's how close the proximity is to the city as well here in Melbourne. Just a little bit of a hop, skip and a jump back there. Rod Laver Arena coupled with Margaret Court. It's one of the very nice things. There's many nice things to enjoy about this Grand Slam, but its proximity to the city is something very special, and the growth of this tournament, the visibility, has just been spectacular over the last decade or so. Entirely sure what what's happened here.
No, but is this one for the stringer, not that one? This one is for the stringer. I need the racket back.
Oh, they've taken his racket that he's using at the moment that he wants. So they've taken his racket that they want to play. Hopefully they haven't cut the strings out of it.
Goodness me, that's a big mistake. I mean, yeah, and he knows the tension, knows the sequence he wants to use his rackets in.
Yeah, I'm going.
And, you know, showing respect to Jack and explaining why.
I don't often get a first in a Rafa match after all these years, but that is definitely the first that would have happened.
Gee, it's worth a bit to that racket. He may never see that again. That might be on the streets of Melbourne somewhere. And I'm sure he'll get it back. But he's had to take one out of sequence here, hasn't he?
Nadal clan all present and correct as we get back underway.
15 love.
New balls here. This should help Jack Draper's serve. Look, the one he really causes a lot of damage with, I think, is this wide one to the second court. But today it goes to the Nadal forehand. So it'll be interesting for me to see how much he uses that particular angle.
Ball.
15 all.
Might have to use the second serve on that second court down the middle a little more than normal. What do you think?
He's going to have to think about where he serves often. I mean, it's not going to be as simple. I mean, his first serve, it can obviously it'd be a little more simple, but his second is going to be a big test. So far, he's done it brilliantly. Easy pace as well, as you said. Lovely motion.
Yeah, when you have the technique right, especially if you're a big man with long levers like he has, if he's got the right technique, he can serve within himself and do it hour upon hour. What an asset. If I had one complaint about Jack's game last week, it was that, you know, he's trying to use the drop shot, but he hasn't executed it very well since I've seen him here in Australia. That's not a good one. That landed near the service line and made him have to come up with a brilliant pass to win the point. I'm not sure he wants to use that, and it's put him under pressure here. 3-4, 30 all. He didn't want to be here. Had a chance to finish that point off a different way. So I blame the drop shot here.
Let's put the pressure on us, and Rafa's also changed his return position there on the second serve. He's gone miles back.
This could cost him the first set. Part of the new coaching rule. not sure Rafa was asking the question there of Carlos Moya, should I move back further? Where should I stand? Well, you know, you'd think he'd know. And I think he was between, he lost his way there, Rafa.
I bet he had quite a bit of time to hit that back. He didn't need to block it, did he? Yeah, the advantage for Jack, of course, Fitzy, is the fact that he's not just tall in terms of his serve, but tall for taking the spin that Rafa tries to put up to you.
Yeah, good point. Yes, because it jumps like a mule, doesn't it? But Rafa looks a little bit shaky here on his timing to me, and it's only subtle. And dare I say it, but that's what we're seeing. He was tentative there.
Cain, Draper.
Jack cleaning things up nicely. First bit of real pressure on his serve. He's done very nicely.
He normally hits that with two hands too. You don't see him chip that return that much, Mark. That's strange for me. The last 3 points were average by his lofty standards.
That's more what he's looking for.
Yep, that's vintage.
15 love.
And he's been a good vintage, by the way.
Yeah, he's uncorked that one.
Very good. Jack actually, he tried to challenge that, but obviously John Blom judged that he challenged too late.
No, they showed it, but
Just wanting to get confirmation that the ball's out, which of course the players are legitimately allowed to ask for.
40 love.
That's the serve that's been really missing since the ab strain that he had. He really put paid to his season after Wimbledon as well. Of course, had been undefeated in Grand Slam tennis up until that semi-final that was potentially going to take place against Kyrgios.
Fault.
Game.
Arguably his
Nadal.
best game of the opening set for Nadal. Still serving beautifully.
Nadal
No
leads
way through
5
there for
games to
Draper.
4.
5-4 Nadal. Racket's back. I don't think the strings got cut out of that one.
He'd be a little punchy, wouldn't he, if they'd already cut the strings out.
That's something that's changed a lot since your time as well, hasn't it, Fitzy?
Hey,
Get a racket, play the match with it.
there's a lot of comparisons that you don't want to make from that time and era, Mark.
Well, they're good times. You guys were pioneers. There's nothing wrong with that. It's where the game grew from, so that we do enjoy the riches that obviously the players do these days. And
I think the strings have almost changed the game as well. They have as much as anything else, not just the racket technology.
I'm assuming you didn't have cooling fans when you were playing in your day, Fitzy.
Not of that design, that's for sure. He had it here last year, didn't he? He's a man of habit. He wants it again. See, that's futuristic, that one.
Open have the kind of cooler box, don't they? And it's almost like it's like an actual air conditioning unit in the cooling box. You get the tube, and you start like spraying it all over yourself.
Oh, there's the great Neil Fraser, my great friend, if I don't mind saying. Davis Cup captain for over 20 years for Australia, Wimbledon champion in 1960, won the US Open a couple of times. And his wife Thea. I love that bloke.
Legends on and off the court here today.
Fault.
He's just missing a few balls that are unusual for Rafa Nadal to miss.
Yep. Just here, up here, on your end. Just grab an old towel for me.
It's interesting to see him step in on that first point of the game, isn't it? At 30-all when he wanted to make the return, try and get himself to break point, which he ultimately did. He was way back. Now he's in. It's not easy to keep switching that significantly in terms of your return position to get the timing.
Thanks, buddy.
It seems like there's a few teething problems here. Both players have been a little bit uneasy. It's the tension, and that would be the sweat from Rafa in the previous game that Jack's taken it upon himself to clean. Rafa raising his eyebrows. He's still dripping. It's going to win him a lot of matches, isn't it, this left-handed serve?
Yeah, I mean, because the one out wide is just so devastating. He gets so much cut on it. Look at that. That's actually drifting back to the opponent, but because you've got to go out wide to try and cut off that serve out wide.
And by the way, Neil Fraser is sitting right behind that serve. He will appreciate this more than anyone in this stadium. A memorable motion that he had that has stood the test of time. One of the great left-handed serves in our history, Neil Fraser.
Okay, Draper.
He'll be loving this serving.
5 games all.
That was a look of pleasure, by the way. Sitting next to Jane Herdlicker, the president of Tennis Australia.
Rafa's definitely having a guess, even from far back on that first serve of Draper's. When you watch him, he's moving before Draper hits it every single time, virtually, at the moment.
15 love.
The forehand of Draper, you know better than most of us here in this stadium, Mark. He tends to get a little light on it sometimes, I think, it gets a bit spinny, doesn't it?
Yep.
He can flatten it out, by the way, but sometimes in the rally, to me, he just takes a bit too much pace off it for safety. He's learning. He's young.
Let's.
Still very much learning his Draper. This will be his highest win of his career in terms of rankings. If he could get past Rafa today, did have a win over Tsitsipas, his second top 10 win. He beat him in Canada. Tsitsipas 5 in the world on that date. Straight sets win for Draper.
Fault.
And of course, was a set-up against Carlos Alcaraz in Basel late on in the season before losing 7-5 in the third. Sure what the plan was on the return for Draper, but he's going to have to go somewhere else unless he gets a little bit of a drop off here from Rafa, because he's picked up just a couple of points off the Nadal serve. As you can see, Carlos Moore looking at that data that's in the players box this year. That's the second point he's taken off the first serve.
40-15.
Brilliant.
$40-13.
A little nervy, Rafa. Even the great ones suffer from it sometimes. He's dangerous, Draper. That's a big advantage for him because he can hold serve and throw a little caution to the wind on his return games. Big opportunity, wasn't it? He knew it. I think he was a bit anxious to try and flatten one out here, Jack. He's got a strong grip on the forehand, hasn't he? Creates a lot of topspin.
Fault.
Cain, Nadal.
Couldn't capitalise on that unexpected juice situation there, Draper. And Nadal scrambles to safety late on in the opening set, 6-5. We're just chatting about Draper's inability to kind of create some pressure, although obviously the run of 3 points there just suddenly did. But this is what he's been attempting to do, is to kind of go through the middle of the court, which against a lot of players I would say is a decent play. Obviously depth is crucial if you're going to go through the middle of the court, but just maybe against Rafa you want to try and find his backhand a little bit more often, because there's just more of a pattern with his forehand. It's like a 50-50 split where he goes back to you, and his backhand he goes cross-court 80% of the time, and more often than not with quite as much pace on it as well. So maybe Jack just needing to get a little more expansive as take a little stroll around the grounds here at Melbourne Park. Something for everyone.
Time.
He'll be a little shaken there, and maybe stirred into something a little special as well, Rafa, after that last service game.
You don't want to get him on the rebound. I tell you, he did have a sniff there, Draper, and he didn't take advantage of it. Missed 2 forehands, got a little nervy himself, and didn't capitalise. Those fleeting moments can be just that. They don't come along too often. That was one of them for Draper early in this match. Look for Rafa to respond.
Fault.
Oh, he did well. Did the Brit there. He was in a bit of trouble halfway through that point, and good court speed and an excellent reply with this forehand and this backhand to get him. That was a beauty, to get him back in the point. He needs to stop the drop shot on the hard court. I haven't seen him win one from Adelaide to here, Mark. And this is just an ideal ball that he can smash his forehand and come in. Not only is it the wrong choice, but the execution of it was really poor there. And look, if you do that against Rafa, you deserve to win to lose the point. Sorry. It's just a young player learning. Because on other surfaces, I understand it a little more. Apart from the fact he's got to execute it better. He needs to get more feel on the drop shot. But on a hard court here, it's asking for trouble, because this is a cement base under this court, and the ball will bounce high. Not as easy to use the drop shot, especially against the speed of this man.
Those
are the moments where he's been just not as clinical as he used to be. Of course, it's been a kind of strange time for him. 4 straight losses, of course, last year prior to his win over Ruud at the Nitto ATP finals. Of course, a couple of losses at the United Cup as well. 6 out of 7 matches lost for Nadal.
Last
time he had lost as many matches in a row as that was 2009. Lost to Novak in the Paris semis, then lost all of his matches at the ATP finals. Longest losing streak back in 2003 to 2004. Dangerous moments here for Jack Draper. I think there's a little bit more perspiration on the court, unless there's a bigger issue here for Jack as he wanders up to John Blunt.
30-40.
Served out wide on the other break point. Draper with his first serve. Set point.
Fault.
Well, you can see what it means to him. He collects the opening set in just under an hour. It was hard-fought, but Nadal delighted.
You know what I'm going to say, don't you?
I'm the same as you, though. I'm in disbelief that he's gone there on the set point down. He's also, as you rightly said, he's got a very strong grip on the forehand, Jack. There's a long way to go round the racket to get to the right grip to hit the drop shot. And
yeah, right now, the drop shot, first of all, is the worst shot in his repertoire. Okay, he doesn't have enough feel yet to play that. Secondly, he chose to hit it across court, so the ball takes longer to get to the destination, gives your opponent more time. And thirdly, he hit it straight to Rafa's forehand on the set point, so it was like panic. Look, he did it in Adelaide too, and I know it sounds like I'm being too heavy a critique against him, because I love this kid's game and he's got a lot to build around, but his drop shot right now, it's cost him this first set. No other way to look, no other way to view this, in my opinion. So hopefully he can get over this. I mean, that's just a shocking decision. That was the first one. Second one. And that was the worst. Great.
Vibrant colours, iconic scenes. Rafa must be back in Melbourne a year on, and he is still electrifying the crowds here. And you can see what it meant to him as well. That is where his confidence is at. Said it's a sort of almost an unprecedented time for Rafa in his career with those losses that he picked up at the end of last year. And he needed that set. He just needed to get some real self-belief infused in him. As for Jack Draper, you will be wondering just what might have been. Things looked actually pretty promising at deuce at 5-all, didn't they? Rafa was starting to look a little bit worried, fraying a touch, and then he hands him this.
Yeah, unfortunately for Jack, he gave that first set away. But he's playing at a high level and he's under pressure, and it causes you to make decisions that are wrong. So that's all it is. He's got to take a deep breath now and start again. He was right there to win that first set. If he'd played the right shot at the right time, 2 or 3 more times, he might have won it.
He's actually got almost a sort of semi. He almost looks like he hits it with a semi-western forehand still from where he comes from. His racket face is very flat on the hitter. He doesn't get a backhand grip and chop down the back of the ball to generate space. It's almost like he just pushes it over.
Yeah. Generally speaking, and I'm saying that because we're all different as players and we hold the racket differently, but the grips are very important. We know that. Generally, you would hit a drop shot with the same grip that you would hit a volley with. Not that full-on Western forehand grip. So maybe that's part of the issue. I don't know, but certainly the results of those drop shots weren't good enough. And
I think you just got to look at how far it's travelled, that it is the wrong grip, because it's gone deep every single time, hasn't it? It never goes short.
Yeah, but last week he hit 2 or 3 drop shots in his semi-final in Adelaide that went halfway down the net. So it's just a shot in his repertoire that he hasn't mastered yet. He's got a lot of other assets as a young player. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big fan. But that hurt him there, unfortunately for him. And Rafa was not at his best there. He was nervous in that first set. Well, you know, the new year starting, defending his crown. Made his fair share of mistakes himself.
Probably had a little bit more purpose about his game, though, didn't he? When you look at it, he was going after the forehand more. 8 forehand winners for Rafa in that set, just 2 for Jack. And although it was understandable at the start that he played kind of passively, trying to put balls in court, but I think the reality of the situation is that certainly in this next sort of 5 to 10 minutes here at the start of the second here, Draper needs to try and find a way to start dictating a few more of these points. Use his height to get up on the baseline. It's not as though Rafa's pinging the ball on his forehand side deep to Jack. He's moving in with angles, but he's not necessarily getting it right to the baseline. There is an opportunity, I think, for Jack to play a bit closer to the baseline, which sounds counterintuitive to the forehand of Rafa rather than to the backhand, but the backhand's a flatter, longer hit, and it comes through lower to you. There's the advantage of having the opening set in your pocket, a chance to explore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, your heart rate drops a few notches if you win the first, and now he's feeling good about himself, and expect his level to rise here.
$30-15.
As you can see from that previous graphic, it's definitely the shorter version of the game that Jack is winning more, but of course some of that coming with the quality of his first serves. Again there, when you play from as deep as Jack is at the moment, there's not really the threat in these rallies. And Nadal doesn't feel any sort of pressure there. Again, he could drop the ball short, and obviously with the hook on it, by the time Jack actually connected with it, he was so far behind the baseline and wide. All or nothing from there.
Let's. $40-30. Deuce.
Good signs from Draper here. He's put that disappointment straight away behind him.
Advantage, Nadal.
Rafa was a little flat-footed there. He was expecting the cross-court shot from Draper. Not a bad idea for a second consecutive game. Draper getting to deuce on the Nadal serve.
Let's first.
Excellent. Excellent. Used the slice well. So the feel's there.
Deuce.
And he's got the feel in his hand to hit that slice. That was a beauty. Down the line, the ball stayed low. And it opened the court up for him.
Got a lovely blocked backhand return, isn't he? With just a little flick of the wrist. Can take pace into that side very nicely.
Oh, that's a loose one from Rafa. That almost looked like he got the
Draper.
wrong racket back from the stringers there with a little loose tension in his frame or something. That ballooned out of court. Unusual.
He knew it the moment it left his strings as well. First chance for Draper to break. He's done it. And he's done it in some style up at the net as well.
Draper.
The door was
First game,
opened by some
second
suboptimal play from Rafa, but Draper excels. And a quick change of momentum early on here at the start of the second set.
Yeah, well, this is the play. This is what you want to see him do. A short ball. Don't drop shot it. Hit it hard and go in. He didn't even hit that as deep as he could have, but guesses the right way. Reads Nadal's forehand. And that was a good reaction with the volley. They're pleased about that.
Dejan Bojanovic on the sort of two away from James Trotman there as fitness trainer that Jack's brought on. This will be a good test of their unison. He's worked with Marin Cilic before and Nakashima as well. Laura Robson as well, who's been doing some wonderful work for us down here on commentary at Tennis Australia as well. So Jack addressing some of the issues that he's had with the fitness. Won't change overnight. but he's on the right path.
Well, he's a big athlete too, Mark. It takes a while.
Please,
It takes longer, I think, for the bigger athletes than the smaller ones to find their legs, so to speak, get the miles in those legs. He's travelling well for a youngster. That's the play. So I think as he matures as a player, that's the way Jack Draper will play most of his tennis. He will base his game around his serve. He's an all-court player. If he gets a short forehand, you come in and you volley there when it's a put-away volley. And beautiful action there. He opened the face nicely. I actually find it a bit strange why he doesn't have more feel so far on his drop shot. And maybe it is the grip. You might have picked it.
Can I start the ball? Just grab me that ball back, please.
Rafa just wants this ball checked, whether it popped on the return. John Blom saying nothing wrong with it.
Good forehand. So that wasn't his rally forehand where he whiffs up the back of the ball and creates spin and takes speed off it. He flattened that one out and it was effective.
Game, Draper. Draper leads 2 games to love.
Again, it's just fascinating to watch Rafa kind of searching for his return position off this second serve. Huge differential once again from that end, trying to get up on the baseline. Always a tough service game to hold as well after you've just broken, and Nadal obviously
just come in and wait.
One of the best in the rebreak business, but a bit of rain I think has just started to fall here.
We'll just keep the players on ball.
I didn't realise the rain was in the area actually. It was overcast this morning, but it was sunny when they started. So this will cause them to close the roof, and it becomes a different matchup then, doesn't it? Different conditions.
Surprising start to the second set after what just unfolded at the end of the first. That is not the sort of start you've come to expect from this man at all, but again just feeds into the narrative that he's still looking for his best tennis. Is definitely heavy enough now for them to make a decision, I would imagine, for shutting the roof, unless they're absolutely convinced in the radar that it's only going to last for a short period of time. As well, just to take their leave of the court. They've already been on here for an hour and 10 minutes. Get any kind of announcement here. John Blom is on the radio there as we have a little look at the radar, but I mean there's not a lot of rain in the area there, is there, from that radar? Looks like we've just got a rogue cloud that's just come over.
If you'd like to see yourself up on the big screen, be sure to take a selfie and post it on Instagram using the hashtag Oslo.
As you can see out there, I mean, it's actually still a very nice day. I actually think they're going to just let this go on there. They're going to keep the roof open for the time being. It's not, I mean, the court's so hot that it's just dried out anyway. The amount of rain that has fallen on the surface. It won't take them any time at all to get them back up and running.
Yeah, I think if they do close the roof, it stays closed for the rest of this match. But you're right, if it was a rogue cloud and no one saw it coming and the metropolitan area doesn't have any more in the region or in the vicinity, then yeah, they'll leave it open. And I would bet that's the decision they've made. Wayne McEwen, the referee, out on the court. Super experienced referee now. He'll be all over this.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Rafa.
Rafa's pretty convinced we're going to be getting back underway fairly shortly. He's up and about. Maybe an opportunity there for him just to reset after a sluggish start here to the second set.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to restart? Seats, please. Thank you. Love 50.
Good defensive skills from Rafa there. Draper certainly finding an extra gear at the start of the second set. Bit more pop on those ground strokes.
Yeah, I think we said, I know I thought that Rafa would certainly lift his game here a bit, but so far we haven't seen it in the second set, and he seems a little bit below his normal high level, doesn't he, Mark? So maybe Jack Draper's starting to believe more.
Fault.
I would say, after being up a break here, and he'd know he's in with a fighting chance at this stage.
Out.
15, 13. Thirty.
Another amazing rally by Jack Draper on the defense.
Big part of this match here, isn't it? A break here. It's hard to break Jack Draper's serve twice in a set. And if he goes up 3-love here, he's really got this second set by the scruff of the neck.
He's got it.
Draper.
How well he's played a couple of the break points already in this second set. Full of confidence.
Draper leads by 3
And well in the lead. 3-love. Well, he was kind of given the opportunity to get the break in the opening game, but he's taken that opportunity and he's created it himself, and he's delivered with his backhand that was simply world class. And he has definitely got a little bit more on the ball than Rafa at the moment out here off the ground.
Yeah, you wouldn't normally think so, would you? But it's real, and that backhand's as good a shot as we've seen, really. I think that Jack's hit this match. He's in the box seat here in the second set and looking a bit dangerous and looking like he believes now. Took that in his stride, that break of serve.
Draper sitting pretty at 3-love up here. Double break in the second set. And that backhand down the line was a little unexpected. He's been going cross court the vast majority of the time. Almost 3/4 of the time he's taken it. Rafa was expecting it back there. Draper saw his opportunity in the space and he converted on it very nicely.
Fault.
It's got him. It's all going Draper's way at the moment.
Gee, that was a poor volley by Rafa, though. Straight into the middle of the court with nothing on it, straight to
15.
Draper's forehand.
And that's what the difference is on the backhand as well. I was saying, just getting a little bit more on the ball, and it's just a flatter hit going through the court, just staying a little bit lower than Rafa's as well.
I think they'd be a little worried in Rafa's box right at this minute.
Especially when they see what's happening out the other end of the court, growing with confidence.
Third Sheila.
That is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Third Sheila, 15.
Leon Smith there, the British Davis Cup captain. They've got a tough trip after Australia, going all the way over to Bogota. Max Eisenbart, the agent, just next to Leon.
Well, if you stand a long way back on that second court when a left-hander is serving to you, it opens up that angle even more. Even though it's to his forehand, if he gets it close to the line.
Let's. What's up? 40-13.
Must have caught the outside edge. It was awfully close. If it hadn't been technology calling this ball, Mark, I would have challenged.
It's got to be that good at the moment to get it past Draper.
Let's.
That's been his best shot so far today, the forehand down the line. That's his 10th winner from that side. And making some inroads on the Draper serve. To be fair to Jack, he's had a nice little strategy on his forehand. He's gone down the line more often than he has gone cross-court. He hasn't given Rafa that type of ball too often from that exchange. And that's why.
Well, that's just a stock standard rally ball.
Advantage, Draper. Trying to get him full up.
And you saw the expression on his father there, on Rafa's dad. Just raised the eyebrows. Like, that's so unusual for the great man to miss an easy ball like that. And he's opening the door here for Draper.
Jack just asking the umpire how long they're going to play with the rain coming down again. He said, we're trying to get a full love here. That's exactly what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if they both
New ball, please.
sit down for a moment here as the rain falls.
What do you think?
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, while this rain passes by, we'll just keep the
If the roof closes, Mark, who does it favour?
Right now, you'd have to say it favours Rafa just to have something different to kind of get his teeth into. He looks so ineffective. I mean, we've obviously been watching him in the last few weeks. He wasn't playing great, obviously, at ATP Cup when we saw him play. Take nothing away. I mean, two great players in Alex de Minaur and Cam Norrie. But just from what we've seen from him over the decades that he's been here, 19 seasons with a title, of course. I mean, it's just been consistently high level from Rafa, but he just doesn't look as though he's able to really hurt Jack out here.
Yeah, and his timing's off. Even that last return there, he dropped short, came off the throat, or near the down the strings near the throat. So not off the middle of the racket. And yeah, he just looks a little bit at sea, doesn't he? Maybe it's just a confidence factor.
Which is crazy, isn't it? You know, I mean, the history books will have his name in there alongside all the other greats. Fourth man in history, of course, to win all 4 major titles twice in the Open era. Roy Emerson, Rod Laver, and of course Novak as well. And just record after record, 14 Roland Garroses. But certainly in the last 3 months, going back to last year, it just looked as though whether he couldn't practice well enough because of the ab injury or what. We obviously had the foot problem for most of last year where he literally put his foot to sleep during Roland Garros with injections with his doctor. Then he had the therapy that seems to have worked nicely. We do see him at times still kicking his foot and stamping it. We saw that in Sydney. You wondered whether there was still a bit of an issue with it or not. But as you say, it's the timing on the ball that just doesn't seem to be there for him at the moment. And take nothing away from Jack, that is a great recovery against somebody as good as Rafa, with the reputation tax that you have to pay when you take on somebody like Rafa as well. To bounce back as effectively as he has in the second set and to introduce more serving and volleying and all of the things that we've seen so far is really impressive for the 21-year-old. I was fortunate enough to be on the court with him actually with Andy Murray a couple of years ago. I was doing helped Andy for like 4 months, and at that time he was practicing a lot with Jack at the National Tennis Centre, and he's his work ethic is amazing, and he's willing to grind, he's willing to put the hard yards in, and as much as the body may not be there yet, we don't know how long this match is going to go on in terms of 4 or 5 hours, but certainly the willingness to trade 20-25 shots is not going to be an issue for him mentally. That's been one of the nice things, of course, for people like Jack to have Andy and Cam at the National Tennis Centre as well. You pretty much know from practicing with them whether you're in the ballpark or not in the ballpark. And the great run of things in the challenges last season as well. Jack vaulted himself back up into the world's top 100 as quickly as he did.
Well, if he's prepared to put in the work, like you say, and there's Neil Fraser there, not sure about the wet court. Starting to wonder whether this roof's going to close. It's not. Again, they're back out there. If he's prepared to work, it's hard to believe he's not going to be a real good player, isn't it? New balls.
15 love.
Got a wild card into Miami last year, beats Gilles Simon, then lost to fellow Brit Cam Norrie. I know after that match with Cam, he was straight back in the gym, and that was just while he was having that lovely little run in the challenges as well.
Yeah, it's a good sign.
13 love.
Fault.
That was 20 centimetres down the net, that forehand. So there is some form of issue here. It's becoming apparent, I think. Not saying there's an injury or anything, just the timing of Rafa. His confidence level is down a little bit here. It's a dangerous first round now. And they will be feeling it. Carlos Moya there. They'll be talking about it, don't worry, in that box about where he's at, what the form looks like, and the fact that he's not quite timing the ball like they'd like.
Once again, outlasting Rafa. This is potentially a flawless set of tennis here from Jack Draper.
Advantage Draper.
Just 18 times as Rafa lost a set 6 love. Last time coming against Dominic Thiem at the US Open in 2018, and that classic battle that he came back to win 7-6 in the 5th.
There's a fine margin there, isn't there, from
Deuce.
between getting back to deuce and losing your serve for the 3rd time in a set. He cleans the line with this forehand that you would have thought could go anywhere with his weight going backwards. That's how he normally hits it, but today hasn't been as safe.
Oh, that's unlucky. Stayed home. That was a good decision from Jack. Gave himself a little look at that as Rafa was trying to tug him further and further off the court. So just looking at his tour level scores when he's lost a set 6, there's actually only 16 times that it's happened for Rafa.
Fault.
Well, he keeps himself involved in this 2nd set, does Nadal, but for how much longer? 4-1, Draper.
I need the stringer on this one, please.
The stringer's going to get kept busy here. Rafa sending another one back there, trying to find the right tension. Just looking at his serve again this week, and just looking at where he's been able to place it. And he's been struggling to get the serve out wide. And again, that's something that something that obviously just doesn't pull Jack off the court on the deuce side. He's been able to sort of drag him into the middle of the court on the return.
Time.
You live here, Fitzy. This must have been incredible to watch the transformation here at Melbourne Park.
Well, the last 10 years has literally been a transformation. And, you know, give or take $1 billion Australian invested into this precinct. And, you know, the state government have invested. This tournament brings a lot into a large amount into the economy each year, and it's a great investment for them. They believe in it. It's the home of the Australian Open now, and we're very proud of it down here.
Fault.
Love. Love.
You'd think Rafa's mind is almost into the 3rd set now, isn't it? The way he's hit those last two balls, that one he just quickly walked across after spraying it.
Let's first. $30-15.
Out.
40-15.
Fault.
White piece.
Out.
Cain, Draper.
Yeah, nothing going on for
Draper
Rafa,
leads
but
5
everything
against the
going
ball.
nicely for Jack Draper.
Tough to know, isn't it? I mean, you're hesitant to think negative things about one of the great players in our game's history, but does he look a fraction sluggish? Is he a little bit slow getting to the ball? Is that why he's missed timing? Well, I'm not sure, but he missed 3 forehands there by a big margin, and that's just so unusual for this man. Let's hope it's just this set.
Still there, isn't he, mentally as ever? I mean, no matter the fluctuations in his form, a little fist pump there. This is still significant to him to make sure that he stays in this set, stays focused.
Well, I think the mind, it's just so subconscious. This is the way he's always been, and he's encouraging himself to continue. It's his mindset, it always has been. But he's spraying too many balls here today.
30-love.
Hey, maybe he'll snap back into gear and win the third set convincingly. We don't know. Hasn't lost this one yet.
He's about to serve to the wrong side.
His mind did go there for once. First time I think I've ever seen him do that.
That's the serve I'm talking about. Almost 70% of his serves have gone down the tee on this side into Jack's forehand. But apart from anything else, apart from the predictability, it brings Jack into the center of the court straight away for his next shot after the return. And so he just, I don't still think he's Abba's allowing him to hit that serve out wide and get Jack off the court.
Right, his stomach muscle.
Yeah.
Well, it is his favourite serve, this one down the middle, but today it's against a good left-hander who's got the swinging forehand there.
Yeah, you could see how flat-footed Jack wasn't expecting it because there's been so few out there that he wasn't even really looking for that particular serve. But you can see how important it is to have it to at least keep him honest for the one down the tee as well, because he's just been sitting on that and having a field day.
Fault. Out.
40-15.
Certainly doesn't look like he wants to batten down the hatches to win these points. The last couple of first serves, he's tried to follow them into serve and volley. That he's just let fly.
Cain, Nadal.
A little pace on that first serve. Jack Draper, though, will come out to serve to take the set off Nadal after the break. Yeah, and I'm very loath to say anything too negative about Rafa at this stage after what happened last year, of course. 2 sets to left down.
Well, after what's happened the last 20 years, Mark.
Yeah. 13 years, of course, between him winning here the first time and then winning last year. And it eclipsed the longest gap between the first and second title at the major. Jimmy Connors, who won Wimbledon in '74, then won it again in '82. So that is a significant difference between what Rafa was able to achieve here at the Australian Open last year. He is capable of miracles. But you're only capable of miracles when you're hitting the ball well. You can be as determined as you like, and he certainly will be, but...
And he's a year older.
Yeah.
Time.
Terrific tear that he went on at the start of last year, of course. 21 straight matches for Rafa, the best start he's ever had on tour. Picked up the title in Acapulco as well. That was the 30th title he's won in his illustrious career without even dropping a set. So dominant at times he's been throughout the course of his career. He looks a little way off that form at the moment. Crowds have been flocking in here today.
I mean, he didn't change direction there quickly. That ball hit the ground before the net. Gee, we have to be careful though. Easy to critique, but well, he waited. Jack made a mistake, didn't he? But he sort of faked that he was going back to the middle, Rafa, and stayed, so he had a swinging forehand. But
15 all.
Yeah. Not sure with the movement. Time will tell.
Fault. Out.
30-15.
Nicely done.
Well, the most interesting part of this match you would expect is coming up after this game. If Jack does indeed close this out, what happens early in the third for me will be very telling.
Second set, Draper.
A very tidy set of tennis from Jack Draper. Levels things up with the defending champion. What a piece. Yeah, and I agree with you, Fitzy. It's going to be interesting to see what Rafa can do in terms of just getting himself a little bit more energized, getting a little bit more rhythm off the ball. It's not easy to find your swing out there in the middle of a match when it's not there, is it?
Well, he's been a master at doing it over the years, but you know, you do start wondering. I mean, he is a little bit older. He hasn't had a good start to the season. He's had a couple of losses you wouldn't expect, and his form, particularly in that second set, wasn't great. I mean, it has to be said. Jack wasn't outstanding. He just did some good stuff, served well, was solid, and kept his head nicely. But Rafa really didn't hit a lot of, or play a lot of good stuff in that second set. So for me, now at a set all, it's danger time.
Yeah, and I think that's the, if you're a Rafa fan, that's the danger, is the fact is that this just feels as though this is relatively comfortable for Jack in terms of the performance he's having to put in here. He's not having a red liner. Those are the numbers that I made pretty reading on the left hand of the picture there. Every winner, 2 unforced.
Well, if you're a Rafa fan and you've seen his summary, his set summaries over the years, that's unusual. He rarely has more unforced errors than the guy down the other end. That's the most telling line, and that tells you about what happened in that second set. He was poor by his standards. What's causing it, what's the reason, remains, I think, to be seen. Is it just confidence, Mark?
From all accounts, he hasn't been practicing particularly well as well. Certainly in Sydney, it wasn't just about the match score, it was the practice score as well that he was really struggling to find his form. And it's not to say that he hit the ground running here in Melbourne last year particularly well. He got through the opening couple of rounds, started to play a little bit better against Ashleigh, started to see signs of it, but obviously scraped out of the win against Shapovalov, a match that probably shouldn't have won, but he did win. But the tennis was starting to sort of improve. But yeah, the delta between his good forehands and his poor forehands is what's sort of eye-catching. He had that one year, 2015, where he kind of changed his racket here when he went to the sort of new Babolat play and the Bluetooth sort of button at the bottom of the racket, which kind of threw him off a little bit, but went back to his other racket after that. But that year we saw the kind of same substantial misses on the forehand that we've been seeing for a while now, but it's just, he always seems to find a way to put it right. But it's hard to see it at the moment that it's going to be good enough to make another deep run here. But he's come so far so often that, as you say, that is a big prediction to make, but he has to be concerned. Taking his restroom break after the second set gives Rafa a little bit more time as he jogs over to his corner, and he'll be keen to get a little bit of advice here from Carlos Moya, which is exactly what is happening.
Time.
Interesting what Carlos is doing there. That looks like a coach telling their player to hit the ball, to like get the connection with the ball, and probably throw his arm at the ball a little bit quicker. He had more height on the ball on his forehand in that second set, a little less penetration through the court, which obviously helped out.
That's it.
Carlos always talks about Rafa being the best player he's ever known to find solutions in matches. Well, he's going to need to find a few here. He's got his hands full with the 21-year-old.
Good sign.
Carlos Costa there behind his agent, obviously a great player in his day as well, chatting to his dad. Everyone's going to have their thought.
#1 in the world, Carlos. I'd say he was a great player.
Good pop on that serve.
30 love.
Well, it's got to be said, it wouldn't surprise anyone in this stadium if he fires up again now, Rafa, and turns his form around, but he will have to. Good signs early.
Big difference there, isn't it? Look at that change around from the opening set. Rafa winning the majority of the longer rallies there. Set 2, suddenly Draper finding a way to stay in those rallies and turn them into his favour. Excellent hold of serve. The revival is on.
First game, third serve.
Spring in the step as well here. This is going to be an important game for Jack Draper to keep his momentum as well as he goes forward here. Not a boiling hot day here in Melbourne, but it is warm, and they have been out there for 2 hours, and Jack will have been having to manage his emotions over the last 48 hours coming out to play Rafa on this court. Did play, of course, Novak Djokovic a couple of years ago on the grass courts of Wimbledon. Handled himself superbly there as well. Won the opening set against Novak. Still a lot of work ahead for Jack Draper in this one.
Let's whistle.
Fault.
So showing signs he wants to be more aggressive to come in that close to the baseline. It is not always normal for Rafa when he returns serve, and the second shot certainly was on the front foot.
Fault.
Getting more comfortable, isn't he, Draper, as well, just playing with Nadal. I mean, that has always been a big advantage for Rafa in the course of his career. Other players have had to adjust to him. It's very difficult to find a practice partner that plays anything like him as well. So when you come out to start playing against him, it's never going to be easy. Draper acquitted himself well on serve in the opening set, not so much on the returning games, but as you could see there again, getting ever more comfortable.
Fault.
I just feel like he's not as quick as he normally is out to the forehand. That's what I'm seeing, and I mean he's done some damage with his forehand in this match, but not as much as he normally would. And I think he's made most of his, well, a lot of his errors off that side, and he just doesn't seem to be out there quick enough to me, Mark.
Agree with you.
– 14-15.
15. He's trying to, get aggressive. That was the advice from the coach's box. Trying to implement that.
Cain, Draper.
And not a good sign when you start guessing where the opposition is serving.
1 game all.
He hopped to his left there, Rafa, thinking the ball was going to his forehand, left the backhand wide open. That's not reacting to where the serve's going, it's where you think it's going. It's a bit dangerous and a sign that you're having trouble with the opposition serve.
Fault.
Love 15.
Great defence again from Jack Draper. Yes, Rafa would have expected to make the volley, but that was about as awkward as Draper could have made it for him up high.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of luck there from Jack. I mean, that looked ungainly, didn't it, that high? He's so good around the net. He misses so few volleys when he gets his opponent off the court and receives a light return. And when he's got time, but got to be unlucky. Jack jagged that one high.
Let's first service.
More unforced errors than winners for Rafa out here at the moment. And his problems are mounting.
Fault.
Big miss from Jack there. Some of these points you just know that it's almost like it's teetering here. He's looking at his box. Jack there knowing, gee, at 15:30, that was a huge opportunity.
Justin Sherring in the front of your picture there does work with Joe Salisbury, coached Jack from 5 years old till 14. tell you what, I think he's starting to cramp. He's had problems with it in the past, Jack Draper. I hope I'm wrong, but just that little look over to the box looked a bit concerning, and it's happened to him a number of times.
I think you picked up on it. I mean, he lifted the palm of his hand to the sky there,
and it comes out of nowhere. He's had every test in the book, and you know,
that is cruel, if that's the case, Mark.
And those are four very uncharacteristic and unforced errors from Jack Draper. Something possibly amiss for the British player. 2-1 Nadal.
Yep, you saw the word. You saw the word come out of his mouth, cramping. You know, Pat Rafter had this issue years ago, Mark. It comes out of nowhere for some players. This is cruel for the youngster, if that's the case today. Because he's right now, before that last game, he almost looked favourite to me.
And he had full body cramps. I'm just going back to Ramanathan in Atlanta. I remember now, he started the summer over there 7-6. He lost 7-6 in the third. He beat Chris Eubanks in 3 sets, and he lost that match in Atlanta, and he had full body cramps after that match. And then he went to Washington. He beat Kozlov. He played Rublev, but he was a little bit stunned because he's had all these tests that it still happened to him there.
Time.
Well, he sat down, I don't know if you were still with us if you're watching, and mouthed the word cramping to his corner there. And it doesn't matter how much fluid you take on now, it is too late. Too late. And it is a problem that he's had in the past. And he has tried to get everything within his power to solve this particular issue. It does look as though perhaps it's reappearing here, which is terrible news for him if it's true, and it's excellent news for Rafa. Could be his lifeline.
Take your seats.
Fault.
And this will put a lot of negative thoughts in young Jack Draper's head too. Yep. Great catch in the stands, but you know, once one minute you think you're in the match and you're a realistic chance to win, the next you think, gee, I'm cramping, and a lot of negative thoughts creep in. There's a process that starts happening. Just let's hope he can keep it together here and this condition disappears, the cramp that is.
He lost the point, but it's going to just take a little bit more out of Draper. And also, you know, this is also an emotional concern for Jack as well, if he's feeling that cramp coming, which could just compound things. That's not going to help things. And anyone that's ever had this knows it's like a gradual onset. You feel it in the muscle, you feel it coming, and you're just doing everything within your power just to try and keep everything loose.
That's a long way out, though, from finishing a match, isn't it, from here?
I think Jack's calling the trainer there as well. He's going to get electrolytes. He's going to do whatever he can, I'm sure, to stay out here. But as you say, Fitzy, he's just too far out for the win to come in from here. It's too physical against Rafa, even if he's not playing at his best. Draper at breaking point in a couple of ways. That's a great save.
But this will buoy Rafa and his thought processes too. He'll be sniffing blood here now because he knows that his opponent's struggling.
Can you grab me that ball? Well, I don't know if this is the one or not, though. This one is okay. Let's. Advantage, Draper.
It's hard to know what to say, Mark, isn't it? You just have to see what unfolds here. It's like a drama starting to build.
Yeah, and I don't think the crowd are that aware that he's struggling as badly as he is potentially physically here, and he's called the trainer out because of it. This will be a great save here from Draper. He's had a nice helping hand from Rafa again, though. But he's got a bit of a problem here, not just because of the physicality, but it's also affecting his serve. I know it's early days of this third set at the moment, but he's under 50% of his first serves going in, and that one didn't have the angle on it at all. It doesn't look as though he's pushing up as much with his legs. And you take away his first serve, and he is not going to be the formidable force that we saw in the second set.
Fault.
Yeah, and there's a number of indicators that are coming our way. The first serve has gone. Look at this. last couple of games as well. He's lost 8 Ks on his forehand compared to the rest of the match. Suddenly you're giving Rafa the most precious commodity of all, which is time on the ball.
And instantly you start to defend more because of that. More physical effort defending.
No way. What a save from Draper.
Well, if this was 5-all in the 5th, it would be dramatic. But right now he's just hanging on, trying to hold this serve early in the 3rd. He gets lucky here because that's not a good volley. He picks the right way and reflexes it. Good effort.
Not a bad attempt from Rafa as well to steal it back.
And Rafa now, no doubt he has sensed this. He's got the guys on the side of the court that would have told him if he hadn't realised himself that his opponent's struggling. The more of these longer type rallies that go on, from his perspective, the better now. And that's his style of game. That's how he wants to play. And if he can grab a break here early in the 3rd, it'll go a long way towards his chances. Well, that was telling. A double fault that went a long way out.
3 against 1.
And they know. What a shame. I'm shattered for him.
Yeah, I am. I just feel so bad because I know how hard he works. I know that he's tried to fix this problem, and he's done everything that you can ask her, and this is not being unprofessional. He's not a distilled version of what a professional tennis player should be. He is absolutely invested on every level, but there is something that they can't quite get to the bottom of yet.
15 love.
And the reality is, the more it goes on, the more scar tissue there is, the more nerves are going to play a part, because he's worried it's going to happen again.
Look at his face. He's just internally shattered. Done all this work to get to this place.
Gosh, that's tame. I mean, you can see the idea. He's just trying to pull him out of court here, but just had nothing on it. That's a fabulous effort from Draper.
15-30. Sergio.
Not a tennis match anymore for Jack Draper. It's just a battle to survive, to stay standing up. Maybe the only achievement that he's thinking right now is to try and get to the finishing line rather than having a stop.
Nadal.
Turnaround continues. It's 4-1 Rafael Nadal.
Nadal leads 4-1.
He's getting some treatment. You can see him just closing his eyes. I think also trying not to think about what is happening in his legs, but there's not usually a miracle cure for cramping in this heat in this way that it's unfolding here for Jack. It doesn't normally go away. He's going to have to start thinking a little bit here about how he plays his points to try and keep some of the rallies shorter, because the longer it goes, the worse it's going to get for him. But one of the reasons that he turned the second set around was that he was able to outlast Rafa in some of those baseline rallies.
Is there any chance that it can disappear?
I don't think so, no. I would be amazed. I mean, he might be able to flatline it here and just sort of go along with how it is at the moment and try and get to the finishing line with it, but I don't think it's going to significantly get better. And again, as I say, first serve not doing what it did in the opening couple of sets.
15 love. One more. Thanks.
Fault.
That is breathtaking. And given the fact of where he is with the physical discomfort, it's going to take shots like this to stay competitive. But this is the talent that Draper has at his disposal. From that far back to beat Nadal, that is special.
Fault.
Takes a lot of energy to hit the ball hard, and again, that's kind of the dilemma that he's in at the moment. To try and keep the ball, the point short, he's got to take it on and trying to drive with the legs, but obviously that is going to compound the problem that he has with the cramping.
And every game he has to serve with the legs.
Yeah, and again, it's double the work at the moment because he's down at 35% of first serves going in. So he's using his legs once to miss the serve, and then he has to drive again for the second.
40-15.
But the form is not there for Rafa either, is it? It's sort of dramatic from both ends at the moment.
Yeah, this is an underwhelmingly sort of performance from Rafa in terms of the defense of his title at the moment. Long way to go.
Fault.
Cain, Draper.
What happened there with Rafa? He didn't chase either.
Nadal leads 4 games to 2.
No, he didn't. Well, you spoke about it a little bit earlier on, didn't you, about his perhaps a little bit more slower into that forehand corner these days than he has been in the past. Certainly looked like it there.
That was confusing to me because I don't think I've ever seen him pull out going for a wide forehand. I thought he had it covered. Are we in the twilight zone or where are we, Mark? Maybe cramping is catching. No, I'm not. I'm being silly now. I'm not serious, but he just doesn't look like he's moving like Rafa Nadal to me.
Well, you would have thought that he would have just locked in the last 15 minutes and made balls, wouldn't you? I mean, that last returning game from Rafa was surprising given the way that Jack is down the other end of the court at the moment.
Didn't
serve any aces in the second set. His fourth one of the match now.
Let's. 15-30.
It's almost engaging because it's underwhelming.
Yeah, there's like a look of concern on his face at the moment from Rafa. I mean, I'm sure that's more about his form than it is about his physical capabilities out here.
Fault.
Out. 15-40.
I almost don't know what's happening, Mark, here. This is, for me, this is staggering. I've never seen Rafa like this. And the look on his face there sums it up.
That is shock. Pure shock. And he's confused. I mean, Jack's struggling physically and he was serving and volleying there. That's exactly what Jack wants to see. A nice short point, chance to just hit a clean winner straight off the return. Not to invest anything physically. Oh, that's better.
Yeah, pretty good forehand there.
$30-40.
Simultaneously very good and very bad in this match at the moment, Rafa.
He misses by 3 meters.
That is incredible. Not a scoreline that anyone would have predicted at the start of this third set when Jack started cramping, but we are back on serve. Forehands into another universe. I mean, that was two of the worst games I think I've seen Rafa play. I mean,
I still maintain, I think it comes from movement. If you start mistiming the ball and you're late, it quite often is because your body's not into position, and that comes from the movement of the feet, getting into position, balance. It just seems like he's skew whiff with some of his balance here. And Draper, amazingly, is back in this set. If his body can hold up and the cramp stays away to a degree, he's not without a chance still, it seems.
Fault.
Out. 15 love.
Everybody doing their bit to try and help Jack alleviate some of the problems that he's had. Drinks getting mixed up.
$30.
Fault.
$30-15. $40-15.
Just jogging quite carefully, gingerly, isn't he, Rafa, at the end of some of these runs across the court?
$40-13.
Well, I guess this will sound like a contradiction as to what I said earlier in the match about his drop shotting attempts, but you can understand him thinking that a little bit now when he wants to shorten the points, but gee whiz, you're going to have to execute better than that. That's the way Draper wanted that game to go, though. He wanted it to be quick.
All hands on.
Are we missing a ball? Or did it come back?
You know, most of us had this feeling when we played quite often. Couldn't time the ball. Didn't have confidence.
Speak for yourself, Fitzy.
No, I'm speaking for most of us. Certainly for the two in this box I'm speaking for. But that, you know, that really horrible, hollow feeling where you just didn't have confidence to step up and hit the ball. And for the first time ever, I think I'm seeing Rafa with a bit of that today. He'll probably pull himself through it, but it must be worrying him.
$15 love.
That's what he's searching for. It's been elusive.
Fault.
15 all.
Well, although he lost it, you kind of feel as though that's the type of investment he needs to just make in every single rally with Draper feeling the way he is at the moment. And he'll get his interest down the road. He's not going to find his forehand today out here. He's not going to find his backhand. He's already been out here for 2 hours and 40 minutes, but he can get the win and he can survive to fight another day.
Out. 30-15.
Again, the scarcity of those serves going out to the backhand side on the deuce side for Draper has earned him a lot of points when he has gone there. And that was a nice change up. Jack, I think it was a let or...
No, there was no let. 40-15.
He hasn't shown signs of the cramp in the last couple of games, has he? Maybe that little massage at the change of ends has been helping him.
Well, Rafa hasn't really extended the points in the last sort of 10 or 15 minutes. Wonderful shot.
40.
And if there's a leg you're going to try and force him to hit on, it's on the backhand side, actually. The left leg has been the one that looks like it's cramping. There he could load on. Sorry, his right leg looks to be the one that's cramping. There he could load onto his left leg and just drive through the shot. Found a little pace on that one.
Fault.
Tantalizingly close there again, Draper, but Nadal hangs on. Drama here in the third set, 5-4. Maybe the cramp has now finally found its way into his left leg as well, but Rafa just literally hanging on there, just doing enough. Twilight of his career, no question about that, but 36 years old and a couple of days he won Roland Garros, of course. Ken Rosewell won the Australian Open in 72, 37 years old and a couple of months. Fed one here in Oz as well, 36 years old and 6 months. Ken Rosewell again the year before, of course, in Australia, won that at 36 years of age. He did some wonderful work. Rafa doing a nice job at this stage of his career, but it's not getting easier. It's a beautiful day here in Melbourne and a packed house. So great to have the crowds back again. Of course, it's been a bumpy few years for all sports and people around the world as the world tilted on a different type of axis for a while. But everybody back here and thrilled to be here and enjoying the tennis, even if the tennis perhaps at the moment isn't matching the weather that we're having and the excitement that the crowd had prior to this contest. We've got drama in the scoreboard here. Which way is this third set going to go? Good fight back from Draper. said he wasn't going to get better, but just maybe there are signs that Jack is feeling a little bit better out there. That's his first serve that's gone over 200 Ks since the set point in the second set. Digging deep.
Actually jogging on the spot. But in trouble here on serve, though.
Love 30.
Fault.
What's up? What's the matter? Oh, it's flat. Slice up. That's done.
Just handing one of the balls back to John Blom, who lost its pressure apparently.
Please.
Well, a gamble that pays off. At love 30, this set is in the balance.
15, 30.
He hits a pretty good approach.
And Rafa's had a career of making these shots. Everybody that's followed his career was expecting him to hit the winner there.
It didn't look like going over, did it? In slow motion there.
Jack hasn't hit a serve down the tee on the ad side with his first serve. He certainly hasn't made one in this third set so far.
Huh? Yeah, we'll change those two now. Yeah. Keep those out, those two. It's fine. We'll keep this one.
Quite significant issues with the ball at the moment.
Went for it. The one you suggested.
Let's seconds. All.
So I'm not quite sure whether we should keep referring to this, Mark, but this is timing that is way off for this man. He must be confused himself.
Let's.
Fault.
Well, a positive point there from Rafa on the front foot.
30, 40.
Better timing. Well, the one thing you have to admire, he is not playing anywhere near his best right now, but he's humble enough to recognise that and fight with what he has today. Draper facing set point. And he finds the tee serve on the outside for the first time in the set. That's impressive. And it was an excellent serve as well, because Rafa had held his balance. He hadn't guessed.
And with the scoring system, you just don't know how telling that ace was. We don't know. Could be significant.
Advantage. Draper.
Had good court speed there. Used his legs here, Mark. He accelerated. Look at Rafa, though. One benefit back there is he's returning in the shade anyway.
Draper dialing up first serves when he needs them.
Let's first.
Fault.
Juice.
Fault.
Got him.
Well, it was a mistake. You feel for Jack Draper. It was just the wrong time to go. He was too far back in the court. It was a desperate move, and he gets caught with this.
Advantage. Nadal.
He panicked a bit, didn't he? He just wanted to get to the net early, and he just started too far back and wasn't quite quick enough.
For a second time, Nadal with the chance to go up 2-1. Oh, it's one of his favourite shots, but he's missed it. Nadal does go up 2-1.
6-4. Nadal leads 2-1.
Well, it was a good effort in the end. It had a bit of drama, didn't it? It was a little bit of a fisherman's bucket, to be honest. That set, it was messy.
Thanks for clarifying what a fisherman's bucket was to me. But yes, probably a reasonable analogy. It was different. It
wasn't quite zookeeper's bucket. That's even messier.
Well, he's going off. Going off for probably some more treatment and a bathroom break. You know, all kudos to Jack, though. He's still here, Mark. You know, he's competing, even though he's been pushing uphill with this physicality in the last set and a half.
I mean, interestingly enough, that game, I think, if you go back and have a look at it, would have been the highest average speed of first serves that he's had in the entirety of the third set since we finished the second, since the onset of cramps as well. I mean,
and he lost it.
And he lost it, and it's sort of strange to see that he actually seems to be on a higher trajectory in terms of his physical well-being out there than he was 25 minutes ago. Nadal vigilant, checking. eagle-eyed as the ball goes out and his hopes soar. A lifetime of having fans react exactly that way, and himself. There we go. He's not in the perfection business, he's in the winning business, and he has been one of the winningest players of all time. Over 1,000 wins. 5 players have managed to achieve that, of course. Connors, Federer, Lendl, Nadal, Djokovic. And it's been longevity as well that's been his legacy. Seemed like a significant set to win as well, because even though the tennis may not be there, that's another set that Jack will now have to play, and you kind of feel that has to be a big factor in proceedings, no matter what we feel at the moment, that Jack seems to have improved significantly physically. Another couple of sets out here against this man. It's never going to be an easy thing. The magnificent Rod Laver Arena. It's nice to have, obviously, all the best players here this year. It was actually a weird year last year. There was only 2 events to feature the top 3 players in the world, and they were both in France as well. Paris-Bercy had Alcaraz, Nadal and Ruud there, and Roland Garros had Djokovic, Medvedev, Zverev when they were the top 3 players in the world. It was an unusual year. We've been so used to, haven't we, over the last 15 years of having the best players not just present but at the back end of the tournaments as well, thrilling us with their rivalries. And the battle scars that they've picked up over the years that has reshaped them as competitors, as better tennis players, has been the reason that this sport has grown in its popularity, particularly in the majors as well. They have enriched us with so many indelible memories. And there will be a time for reflection on this man's career and what he has meant to tennis, in the same way as we had it with Roger when he finally bid farewell in emotional scenes at the Laver Cup last year, where obviously Rafa was.
He'll be relieved he got that set, won't he?
He'll be absolutely relieved, as I say. I mean, that's just another journey that Jack is going to have to take in terms of distance and effort and workload, that had he not won the 3rd set, Jack might have been able to sprint to the finish line.
But a good sign that he's changed clothes. He's coming out, setting himself for the 4th. Now, the cramp, to a degree, seems to have dissipated. So, I don't know about you, but I'm a little confused about that.
Well, I mean, the only thing I can say is that because he's had it so many times in his career, and he's had it so significantly, that they have dug very deep into how to kind of sort of help him and solve it. Maybe whatever treatment or whatever he's taken has actually managed to alleviate some of the symptoms from whatever they've done in the past. We'll obviously have to have a little chat with James Trotman afterwards. I'm not going to pick up my phone and start messaging him in the middle of the match, but maybe that is something that's actually contributed to the improvement that we've had for Jack Draper.
Time.
Of course, all sorts of rules in tennis. 5 minutes generally you're supposed to have, of course. That came in. We blew past that in that particular little changeover, very lenient. Rules without consequences are just suggestions.
Thank you. Full sets. Nadal to serve. I think it just comes on automatically at this time. I didn't ask for it.
This whole experience for Jack Draper, though, is a good one. Win, lose or draw here, because he's getting to experience what it's like to play one of the greats under pressure with a pro-Rafa crowd, which is understandable here. They're fair, but they're pro-Rafa, as they generally are. And just go through the pain and the experience and the joy, by the way. Such a learning curve here. He's not out of this match if his body holds up. As soon as you slice the ball to Rafa, you can get into trouble.
Now it's bothering a lot.
So he's bothered about the floodlights that have come on. I think they're glistening in the sunshine as well. So I think he's getting almost blinded.
Nadal is just asked if that's possible.
Got a bit of everything in this one, Fitzy.
Yeah. There's plenty of light out there. I'm not sure we need them. Yeah, good stretch volley there from Rafa. Controlled the racket face there nicely.
30-15.
Best rally of
sport in the world.
Best rally of the match, by the way.
It's come alive.
Well, Rafa found his form in that point. This is the best point he's played, and Jack stayed with him.
40-15.
Hey, give credit where credit is due. Trying to play himself into form here, Nadal.
Other sports may be a little easier to play than this one with a racket in your hand, but there's no doubt that this court, this rectangle, gives you so much room for creativity. And it was a significant point as well. Not only was it special. Draper's not going anywhere.
It's like a wave of emotion, even for the people watching this, because Draper now looks more physical. You know, there was a period of time I thought he might have to shake hands, Mark, but he seems like he's fended the cramp off and he's back physically to a large degree. Now that was a clever approach. He got the depth he needed to make Nadal defend.
Advantage, Draper.
We might be here for a bit longer yet.
That's his worst slam in terms of closing out from 2 sets to 1 up as well for Nadal. He's lost here on 3 occasions when he's been in this position. The first time against Hewitt in 05, Verdasco 2016, Tsitsipas more recently in 2021. Happened only once at the US Open. 2015 when he was 2 sets to love up against Fognini, and has not lost from this situation at the other 2 majors.
Juice.
Well, it has been a boutique collection of forehands today. We usually see the quality and the quantity coming from Rafa. That hasn't really been the case, but there have been some excellent ones, and that was a crucial one. Saves the break point.
Must have caught the line. Rafa showing his disappointment.
Advantage, Draper.
Probably looked out through the air to him, but it dipped onto the line, caught him.
Second chance to get the ideal start to this 4th set for Draper.
Fault.
He's serving and volleying a lot too, isn't he, Rafa? More than normal.
Juice.
Fault.
Serving the ball in again. His stock standard on this side is usually to go wide on the serve and volley as well. Just a hint of desperation out here for Nadal in this opening game of the 4th set. Good application from Draper.
Advantage, Draper.
Usually in tennis, poor returns is the standard issue for having a great serve. That isn't the case with Draper, and that's why everybody's so excited about him. He's got a great serve, and he makes an awful lot of returns as well. He would have been bitterly disappointed with the one that he missed on the previous break point. He's got another opportunity here to put that right.
Fault.
He's got it.
Draper.
Unbelievable depth by both players in that rally. And Nadal running out of ideas. An exotic drop shot. And Draper makes him pay.
I think an exotic attempt, not so exotic the result. Yeah, this is tough stuff right now. Both players struggling with form and with physicality, and we're showing some blood. We're seeing some blood and guts here. Expect some drama to follow.
I mean, that is some dynamic movement. The height of an attacker, but the soul of a defender. For the large part of his career, Jack Draper, he is incorporating more of the attacking style into his game, but you could see in those last few points there just how solid he is at the back of the court. Willing to trade with Nadal. He's got his reward here.
I think when he started to cramp, Mark, I don't know about you, but I was thinking, look, he might have Rafa on a bad day. He might be struggling and out of form. And if Draper can maintain, if he can maintain a decent level, he was a realistic chance. Then when he got the cramp, that all turned on its head. But now, you know, to a large degree, that chance is back because Rafa still hasn't found form. And Jack seems better physically, so we might be here for a while yet. He's hitting the ball the way Rafa's hitting it. He's not overpowering Draper, is he? So the young Brit has plenty of time, or more time than normal, I think. Because Nadal's the type of player that just makes you feel under the pump the whole time. I'll never forget Leighton Hewitt saying to me once in the hit-up, he felt overpowered in the hit-up. It's like hand grenades coming at you in the hit-up, you know, so he wants to overpower you, but it doesn't seem like he's got that power today.
Fault.
It's good work. In between the rubble of some of his shots, there's been some good tennis as well from Rafa.
30-14.
Well, that was a typical point from him, wasn't it? What we're used to seeing over the journey. Breakback point.
Fault.
Tentative steps there from Jack Draper on the way in after that ball went past him.
Oh my goodness.
Juice.
Most of his career has been completely unrelatable to all of us normal human beings. That, however, is relatable.
Relatable to us, yes, but that's unrelatable to him as well.
Staggering athleticism.
Advantage, Nadal.
Why would Jack drop shot him? I don't know why. I think he's won one in this match.
It's the supremacy of wishful thinking over reality, Fitzy. Because you're right, it hasn't worked out for him and he's played it on some big points. And here's another one.
Cain, Nadal.
That is all character.
1 game all.
He didn't even find the middle of the racket on the last return there. But he got it back in a court.
Well, Brad Gilbert wrote a book once called Winning Ugly. And there is benefit, there is character, and there's a lot of value in winning ugly. It lets you survive to another day where maybe you will hit form. So right now, Rafa is trying to win this one in an ugly fashion by his standards. And that's no insult to Jack Draper. He's doing very well, but Rafa is not at his previous best here. Oh, he got a beauty past Draper there. A little bit quicker out to the backhand, I thought, and good control of the racket head.
Helps being a righty, doesn't it?
With a stumble there from Draper.
30 love.
Trying to become the 11th left-hander to beat Rafa in the Spaniard's great career. Norrie was the 10th most recently in the ATP Cup. Other players that have had one win over him: Barrère, Cleason, Zeballos, Meltzer, giving Chris Guccione the retirement in Sydney as well.
Fault.
There's only been 4 players that have had left-handers that have had multiple wins against Rafa: Shapovalov, Verdasco, Gilles Muller, and Lopez, who's beaten Rafa 4 times.
40 love. Let's whistle.
Try to snap off a quick winner. And once again, this match oscillates, and this time it turns in the direction of Nadal. 2-1, fourth set.
Nadal leads by 2 games.
Some more water sitting there as he takes a moment, not just to refuel, but I'm sure just to regain perspective on this match and regain control, more importantly. There's water coming.
Time.
The Australian Open is back, Mark. It's been a couple of years down under here, but we haven't seen full crowds from start to finish. What a beautiful sight that is.
It really is.
Love 15.
And again, just a little indication of what's been going on with Jack in terms of the energy it takes to serve big. It's been a drop-off. He's sitting at 186 kilometers an hour in this fourth set currently. I know it's early stages. That serve out wide in the opening set was about 180. He's lost about 17 Ks on that. He's managed to find the line there, as you can see. But those are significant drop-off in terms of numbers for him on pace.
Fault.
G 15.
Great work off the ball from Rafa there to be able to take that ball on the rise. You can see that forehand there. Look at where he's looking to get in, drive through the shot. One of the better ones he's hit.
G 30.
Rafa has a platoon, not an entourage. Mum, dad, sister, everybody here urging him on.
You telling me they're all related?
His wife there, third row back on the left. One year at the US Open, he had 40 people with him.
I'm not sure I know 40 people. Oh, he's gone physically, isn't he? Jack, you've got a feel for him. That was typical Nadal. Wear your opponent down.
Advantage, Nadal.
Keep an eye on Draper here if we can get him into shot. He just had nothing left in that point. Yeah, and Rafa knows it immediately.
Can he summon up the energy?
Maybe
Tabulation warning, Mr. Draper.
Can he push the cramps to the side again, as he has done so magnificently for the last 45 minutes or so?
Yeah, it sounds cruel that he gets a warning there, but they're back.
Game, Nadal, new balls please.
The previous point was the dagger.
Nadal leads 3-1.
And it is his body, not his opponent, that is the thief of his dreams. Because the tennis is good enough.
Yeah. Right now, it's probably the biggest thing he needs to address in his young career, isn't it? His tennis is good enough. Let's hope he doesn't have a full body cramp here at some stage.
Love.
A picture that tells you everything.
30 love.
Go left or right now. Well, this man is going in the right direction at the Australian Open. The defending champion is looking like he is going to clear the first hurdle. It has not been easy.
Game, Nadal.
4-1 and 2 sets to 1 for Rafael Nadal. Joe Salisbury just behind Leon Smith there. Former world #1 in the doubles. Part of the British team that will be heading over to Bogota. They're a good tight-knit group at the moment, all the Brits, and everyone will be feeling sorry for Jack. He is one of the nicest guys as well. Not only is he a fantastic tennis player, he is intense, he is a great competitor, he hates to lose, and this will be burning him up. That he isn't able to put his best out there because of the physical situation he finds himself in.
Time.
And it seems to have got to a stage where it's not even worth getting the trainer out on court during the changeovers there for Jack Draper. It is his body that is delivering the hurt, not his opponent at the moment. It looks as though he is going to stay on court. And the crowd applaud that particular effort. What, if anything, does Draper have left here?
Love. Touch.
Out.
30.
Would have been somewhat ironic had the shot that got him into trouble in the opening set and actually get him out of trouble here in the fourth when he's got absolutely nothing left and he's running on vapors. But that wasn't going to be the case. Nadal still moving swiftly and thinking clearly.
Fault.
Game, Nadal.
A portrait of pain etched on Jack Draper's face. And it may be as simple as just time will allow him to grow into his body. He's still only 21 years of age, and the problems that he's had with cramping will go away. The price of success is loss, not just sacrifice. He is sacrificed in the gym, he has pushed his body and he has worked hard, but this is going to be a tough way to get bundled out of the Australian Open for Jack.
Fault.
15 love. Love.
Rafa just putting the finishing touches on what has been a bruising encounter.
Fault. Fault.
30, 15.
McDonald awaiting the winner of this one in the next round. He came through in 4 sets against Nakashima.
Fault.
They played once before, him and Nadal, and that was in the autumn French Open back in 2020. Well, perhaps the final reminder from the racket of Jack Draper of just how good he is.
30. Forty.
Well, he knows the why he didn't win today. It's because of his body. As once again we see that the racket and the ability to strike a tennis ball is not a problem for Jack Draper. The question is that will linger is how does he fix it?
Yes.
Amazing. What a collection of winners in this game from Jack Draper.
Advantage, Draper. Juice.
So close.
Advantage, Nadal.
Three hours, 41 minutes of effort. Nadal with match point.
Game, set a match, Nadal. 7-5, 2-6, 6-4, 6-1.
Rafael Nadal begins his defense of the title that he won here 12 months ago. It looks like a long road in for him from here, but he has finally passed the first hurdle. A gritty 4-set win over Jack Draper. There is relief in that box. His wife, his sister there, but there will be a little cognitive dissonance as well, where the relief is there, but there'll also be the reality that his tennis isn't where it needs to be as of yet. There is time to find it. He will be bringing the tools back on Wednesday. Jack Draper won't be. He will be going back to the drawing board where it comes to the cramping that he suffered already as he takes his first few tentative steps onto the tour in the last couple of years. There are some pretty hot places, and the best of 5 feature of men's matches as well is something that he is going to have to contend with over the course of his career. Solutions need to be found, but there's one thing for sure, and we saw it in Adelaide, we saw it today. He has the heart, he has the tennis. Will his body give him the chance? Everyone talks about Rafa and Clay, but Rafa and his heart are constant bedfellows, and that is exactly what got him through today. Never let his head go down. The frustration must have been immense. I'm sure he judges himself as harshly as others at times judge him because of his greatness, because of his capabilities, of what we've seen in the past from this great and wonderful champion. Has he got enough time with his coach, Carlos Moya, to find the kind of tennis that could lift this trophy once again for the 3rd time in his career? Jack waves goodbye. He paid the reputation tax in the opening set, did Jack Draper, and who knows, when they play each other again, just how different things may be. They randomly caught fire at the same time. It wasn't the prettiest of matches. We await to hear what the defending champion himself says about that performance, and I'm sure the joy of being back in Australia as well. Here is John Fitzgerald.
Rafa, thank you for talking to us. A welcome back, champion.
Thank you very much.
Not many people in the world know, Rafa, what it feels like to come back and defend a Grand Slam win. It must be a good feeling.
Well, yeah, of course. Last year have been, without a doubt, one of the most emotional tournaments of my tennis career. No doubt about that, but unfortunately that passed. So we need to keep working. Super happy to be back here in Australia one more time. I don't know, it's like my 19th season in the professional tour, so very excited about this new beginning. Just super happy to be back here in the Rod Laver Arena with a victory that I needed. The last couple of months haven't been easy for me, but yeah, hopefully this victory is going to help me.
Can you tell us, yes. Rafa, in your words, can you tell us how you felt your form was today?
Well, if we put in perspective all the situation I went through the last 6 months, I think have been a very positive start. No, I played against one of the toughest opponents possible in the first round, being seeded. He's young, he has the power, and I think he has a great future in front. Now we're going to see him playing a lot of years here, having very good results.
Yeah, gracious as ever. And Rafa, you're a dad.
Yeah, it's true.
For the people of Australia, tell us how that's changed your life.
Well, as for everybody, no. Yeah, it's one of the most beautiful things in this life, without a doubt. So enjoying this new moment, having fun, super happy, and yeah, grateful to have the chance to have them with me here in Australia. That helps a lot. So yeah, just happy that I am keep able to play tennis now at these stages of my career. Imagine myself months outside of home, being that going to be a very difficult situation. So yeah, I am very, very grateful for that.
Well, you deserve to be happy when you're still playing tennis, mate. Thank you. Thanks for talking to us today. It's great to have you back. You've got a way to go here yet.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for the support, as always. Many thanks. All the best.
And that support is freely given to Rafa as well, for the memories that he's given us and for the effort and endeavours over the years, the many decades that he's played. He's thrilled. He's been consumed by this sport, and he continues to this day to have the same passion that he did when he first broke onto the scene. And we already knew then that we were witnessing something special. We didn't know it was going to consist of 14 Roland Garros titles at that particular stage, but we knew he was good. He was better than good. He is great. And he knows how to win this title. He's done it twice before. He knows what steps he has to make. Those were small steps in the right direction. He hasn't been getting many wins. We talked about his lack of confidence at the back end of last year. 4 straight losses, something that hadn't happened since 2009. Was on the verge of having 5 straight, which hadn't happened since 2003. It's unprecedented with the injury that he's had. That's definitely had some impact on his serve and his ability to play the way that he wants to. And it is no doubt that he is in the twilight of his career, raging at that dying of the light. But as we saw last year here, he is still capable of producing miracles. Those fans getting his signature. The second round gets his signature as well, courtesy of these numbers here. A little untidy at times on the unforced error count from him, but that may be the conditions, and that maybe is something that he is going to have to just accept throughout the course of his stay here in Melbourne, that he's not going to be able to get the ball through the court as much as he would like. His serve worked nicely at certain points in the match, and he got a couple of freebies with those 6 aces, which were crucial. Net points as ever, absolutely clinical when he got up there. No such problems in that regard, as we see the top seed here takes on Mackie McDonald in the second round. And there's some interesting names in there. Good win for Jason Kubler, who continues to impress in the last 12 months. He's played some wonderful tennis there. Youngest player in the draw there, Zhang as well, getting through 3 Chinese men in the main draw for the first time ever here at a Grand Slam. It's incredible. And the Americans are coming as well. Francis Tiafoe with a good win over the big-hitting German. Rafa has taken on McDonald once, as I said, towards the end of that match. Roland Garros in 2020, in the cool of the Parisian autumn. He will take on the American in the heat of Melbourne, and he will be hoping for exactly the same outcome here.